Recognised as a quorum, so I therefore call to order council meeting number 808. Councillors, let's start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city of the Gold Coast. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Stand up for the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Oh, that's the entry for Councillor Castro. Okay, item 1, attendance, apologies. Neil, I know that Councillor Hammer will be joining us shortly. Leave of absence, Neil. Condolences, I'll go to Councillor Darren Taylor.
Thank you. I move a motion for a, it's up on there. A motion to condolence to be passed a message of sympathy forward to the Lambrook family.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a message of condolence to be sent to the family of Jan Lambrook, who recently passed away. Jan Lambrook was deeply loved father of State Member for Surfers Paradise John Paul Lambrook MP. Jan was born 18th of February 1932 in the Netherlands, and he passed away in Melbourne, Victoria on the 20th of August 2021. Jan migrated to Australia in 1962. He was a teacher and a teacher librarian and taught at Burleigh Head State School from 1964 to 1969. Wow. The Lambrook family lived in Nobby's Beach and Southport, where Jan brought the family's first home in Muir Street, now Sandy Court, Churn Park. A gentleman, a gentleman and a man of faith, a father of 2 and a loved grandfather to 7. Jan was married to Anne for over 61 years and dearly loved his family and friends. To know him was to love him. Thank Beautiful.
You. Councillor, put motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. Add Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Belden Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer. You're in already. Yeah. Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to bring this to your attention quite late. Mr Mayor, I move that a motion of condolence be carried on the passing of Keith Sly. If I have a second, I'll just chat a little bit about Keith.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, Keith Sly, as many of us would know, is the father of Darren Sly, someone known to us in the Gold Coast community. I count Darren as a friend. Mr Mayor, I wanted to rise and note Keith's passing because, like so many families, the Sly family was affected by the recent border closures, and in the media we saw that family were unable to come together ahead of Keith's passing. And in noting his condolence, in some small way, I think Council's acknowledging just some of the difficulties that Gold Coasters have had coming together as families during the most intimate and important times. So I'm terribly upset for Darren, terribly upset for his sister Amanda, who was not able to be there on the passing of her father, and know that there are many families across the Gold Coast who have been similarly affected. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. As Councillor Patterson, Councillor Caldwell to the condolence list. Any other late condolence, councillors? No. We'll move on to item 4, mayoral minute. There's none. We'll move on to item 5, confirmation of minutes. Any corrections, councillors? Moving for adoption, Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor Caldwell. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Now we go to Mayor's report. So on Wednesday the 1st September, I attended the official opening of the ZUP Drive Ormo, together with Councillor Gates, reflecting on ZUP Property Group in Queensland. It's a Queensland company owned in excess of $300 million. ZUP Drive will create approximately 50 jobs during construction of the 440 metre long road, and that with an expansive 14 metre wide pavement. It is wonderful to see John and Wendy's up there. They are amazing corporate citizen. They've been on the Gold Coast in business for over 60 years. And I know John made a huge effort to get there, and we joked around a bit, and it was wonderful to see him there. Item 2, official opening of the Dolphins Cricket Club. I was joined by Councillor Vorster at the facility at Bill Pippin Oval in Robina, upgraded to a Tier 2 facility. And Councillor Vorster, you want to add a little bit of significance of that?
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, although the Gold Coast Dolphins have a home in Robina, I think it's worth council reflecting on the fact that this is the Gold Coast team. And over many, many years, their very passionate management committee have worked with all levels of government to secure funding to renovate their clubhouse. And because they've renovated that clubhouse, they'll have the capacity to drive female participation in the sport, which is a big plus for the city, particularly with the Southern Stars visiting more frequently. But, Mr Mayor, there are also economic dividends to be had, because if we can support this sport at a grassroots level and at a Tier 2 level, then in years to come we will have the strengthened prospect of securing our own Big Bash licence, which I think would be phenomenal. And as I remarked during the proceedings after your fine contribution, Mr Mayor, I often think that other sporting codes are quite tribalist, right? So people who've come from other jurisdictions to the Gold Coast often carry with them their own home team. And the Gold Coast team may be their second team until they feel properly embedded in the community. But cricket appears to be one of those sports where you get instant traction, and people are very passionate about the sport and the team that happen to be closest to where they live. So I think moving forward, if we can get behind this sport, we will have another national code that is well supported and very sustainable. And as I think you noted during the presentation, Mr Mayor, in terms of the club, we've produced more international players per capita than elsewhere. And it's something that needs to be celebrated, because I don't think we talk up our cricket prowess enough. And because it's probably a matter for disclosure, no, City Solicitor, I'm just joking. At times I have cheered on both South Africa and the Kiwis, but of course only Barrack for the baggy green nowadays. So just very, very proud to have this in Robina. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the welcome home dinner for the Tokyo 2020 Australian Olympic team. That's not the Olympic team on screen, but a lot of us was there. Councillor Gates, Councillor Balen Lumsden, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Patterson, Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, and Councillor Owen Jones. The dinner was held at the Royal International Convention Centre. I think it was over 1,000 people there. It really celebrated. The highlight was, it's all about the athlete, but being in Brisbane, they absolutely celebrate the hosting of the SEQ 2032 Olympic Games that they will be coming into our region. And and I have to say, everyone has a personal story and sacrifice, the athletes, and we got to, some shared with us on stage and some shared with us next to us there, and that's Logan, and where we built at Carrara the track for the BMX, and it was wonderful for him to come over to our table and thank us, and passing on the thanks to all councillors. All in all, it's a memorable night, but the common words was saying it's only 3 years to Paris. So the encouragement, the success that the Australian team has done in Tokyo, I got a feeling that they will continue and has the momentum to go through to Paris and perform just as well. And the Gold Coast, well, as we march towards co-hosting the 2032, I think this will be a ground where a lot of international team will want to train here. Championships, World Championship in between the Olympic Games will be held here. So we're in golden times in time of the sport, and if Australia as a country, we finished 6th in an impressive medal tally in Tokyo. I mean, we got 24 million, I think, people compared to the rest of the world: China, India, United Kingdom, United States, and we came 6th. So we're doing something right. That have a go spirit. Next item, Gold Coast Titans versus Warriors. I'll start with good news there. A wonderful game if you were there, and 44-0, got them into the finals. And then they, I mean, even at half-time, I made some phone calls to see if we can have the finals at Cbus, but I think the arrangement was already done. My guess is that they didn't expect the Titans to be in the finals, so it was up in Townsville. But I have to say to all Far North Queenslanders, they were barracking for our guys. And so it's almost like a home game. And it was a very close game, losing by 1 point in the last field goal. And so congratulations to the coach, Justin Holbrook, all the players, management and team owners on doing the Gold Coast proud in the season 2021. And here my wish and everyone's wish that we go one better again next year. Then on Thursday, I had a brief meeting with Deputy Premier, and had a quick catch up, and some issue, of course, I raised succinctly, but the dominating part was the arrangement of the border since the Tweed was coming out of the bubble, coming out of lockdown. So the next stage, I'm trying to see that we can have a bubble there, and that the community between the Tweed and Coolangatta can be back as one. So that was the push, and we talked about moving forward, what happens when the vaccination gets to 80%, etc. So it was a good meeting, and I intend to have more of those one-on-one, because you cut through a lot of stuff without any interjection. Then from there, Queensland Ballet next day, the Queensland Ballet Artistic Director, Lee Kushing. You would all know he's the Emperor's Last Dancer, and long held a dream to create a home for ballet on the Gold Coast. And finally, it's coming through. They've done deals with Hotter, as well as building a massive production of all sorts of behind the scene, the sceneries, the costumes, the storage. I'm talking about, imagine 3 warehouses size, 2 hectares, and that's happening at Yatala. So and the site was picked because it's between Brisbane and the Gold Coast. So genuinely, that's where they're doing all the hard work, and genuinely to have production here on the Gold Coast that's going to be premiere here and won't be shown in the other city further up north. And so if the people up in Brisbane want to see some of this brilliant ballet, just have to travel down and enjoy like we do, travel to Brisbane and enjoy. Guided walk, swell sculptures, installation, went down there, and that's a very amateurish video I just took very quickly, and but the atmosphere was wonderful. Everyone was joyous to be out there walking around as if we're back to normal pre-COVID times. And since 2003, Swell has exhibited 873 sculptures and portfolio value of 15.5 million. So some of the sculptures already been acquired. And I say to you, if you hunger for some big sculpture in your backyard, get down there and have a look. And rugby union on Sunday. Yeah, went to the wire with the South African. I think the world champion South African team caught a bit by surprise. They had a magnificent lead up, being the current world champion, and then they beat the British Lions, which is the combination of all the British teams, and they beat him there. Came here, and the Wallabies, absolutely everyone was wondering about Quade Cooper, whether he can handle it. He's matured, cool as a cucumber, knocked over. I think the whistle's already blown for full time. Knocked over a goal from 10 metres line near the sideline, 10 metres in, and slotted between right in the black dot, and amazing. So the double headers will be returned to the Gold Coast. So hopefully we can go and cheer them on again. Then we did the launch of the Festival of Touch Football, and it brought to Parklands, and I think that's a 3-year contract. And so what I'm getting at there is that you'll start to see major events like this. I know things are being cancelled, but we can't just put our head in the sand. We move on and sign the next events as we go towards 2022 and beyond. Councillor, I move that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Clarification, members, nil. Business arising from the minutes, nil. Presentation, nil. Conflict of interest. There's 3 there from Councillor Peter Young. I'll go to you.
Sorry to occupy the floor with this. I've got 3 declarations that relate to discretionary grants. As you know, that councillors have been making decisions recently about discretionary grants, and my discretion is tempered by the fact that I am a personal friend of committee members of 3 of the applying groups, and so I'll deal with those in turn. First is the Nerang Community Association, who have made a submission for continuation of their heritage project in Bischoff Park. I'm a personal friend of the chairman of the Nerang Community Association. I'm also a personal friend of his wife, who's the secretary, and a personal friend of Mr. Cardona, who is a member of the committee of the association. So 3 people in that one group. Mr. Mayor, the Community Association is one of 20 organisations seeking a discretionary grant, in this case specifically for the Nerang Heritage Project. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter. The reason is that there are 20 Division 5 discretionary grant applications that have been made, and I seek to decide the full array in order to achieve a balanced outcome representing the best interests of the broader community of Division 5. Thank you.
So we proceed your motion. Councillor, thank you. Councillor
Mr. Mayor, if you're okay to take a motion, I'll move that Councillor Young should remain in the room despite the conflict because of the expectation a divisional councillor informs their community about decisions that significantly affect it. I think that's the standard wording for that. I think his role as a divisional councillor is more important than the nature of the disclosure made.
Yeah. Seconder, Councillor Vorster.
Can I just make a clarification in this?
Clarify. Okay.
Just to clarify, the decision isn't made by council, so the decision isn't made today. It's made by us giving exercising our discretion and advising officers how we think the discretionary grants should be distributed. So
I don't think that changes the nature of the motion, Mr. Mayor.
thanks.
Okay. All right. So let's put it to anyone speak against. Put the motion to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Again.
Tate,
Sorry.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Councillor Young did not vote. Back to you, Councillor Young.
Thank you, councillors. Mr. Mayor, the second one is in relation to the Nerang Community Gardens Association. Similarly, they have sought a discretionary grant for outdoor shade at their facility at Country Paradise. Mr. Peter Cardona is the voluntary chairman of the Garden Association, and he's a personal friend of mine. So I need to clarify, I haven't spoken about any of these applications with the applying groups or indeed my friends. They're all brought forward through the normal process. And once again, I'm seeking to participate in the decision about the matter. As I said, there are 20 Division 5 discretionary grant applications, and I seek to decide the full array in order to achieve a balanced outcome representing the best interests of the broader community of Division 5. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the same motion
Same
again, if that's
motion.
okay, and if that wording is appropriate.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? And Councillor Peter Young did not vote. Back to you, Councillor Young.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Before I make this third declaration, I'd just like to point to my yellow ribbon, which I wear with pride today, and recognise, as some of us do, the 30,000 volunteer Rural Fire Brigade volunteers throughout the state. Proud to be a member, and I want to give them the credit. The third declaration, Mr. Mayor, is in regard to the Sheila's Shack, which is a group of very enthusiastic women who meet at Country Paradise Parklands, about 120 in their group. I'm a personal friend of Mrs. Kathy Cardona, who's the secretary of the Nerang Sheila's Shack, and that group has made an application under the discretionary grants program for funding from Division 5. I'm seeking to participate in making a decision about the matter. For the same reason, there are 20 Division 5 discretionary grant applications, and I seek to decide the full array in order to achieve a balanced outcome representing the best interests of the broader community of Division 5. Thank you.
Councillor Tozer, thank you.
Right, I'm happy to move the same motion again, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy to accept it.
Yep, accept that. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone to speak against the motion? It's the same as the other two. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumpson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, against? Councillor Peter Young did not vote. Okay, any other conflict of interest declarations, councillors, in this item 10? No, we shall move on to item 11.1. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 7th of September 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 5, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any item you wish to deal separately, Councillor Vorster? You talked about 6.3 here, and did you want to highlight any changes?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr Mayor. Happy to pull out 6.3 and talk very briefly to that if there's a seconder. Thanks.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as I remarked at committee, or maybe as I was tossing and turning in bed, worried for my community and the traffic congestion that plagues our streets, it used to be the case that all roads lead to Rome. Well, being that Robina is at the geographic heart of the Gold Coast, I would say all roads lead to Robina. And as our city continues to grow, we're continuing to see traffic congestion induced into Robina's road network, not just because Robina continues to grow, but because the whole of the city will inevitably reach a population of just above 1 million by the time the Olympic Games roll around. And Mr Mayor, to ensure that we do not sacrifice our lifestyle on the altar of growth, I think it is critically important that we plan for the infrastructure that we need in order to not only protect that lifestyle, but to ensure that we have a vibrant economy that can support that population. Over the last little while, Council has seen fit to approve a significant development up the road, being the Breakwater development. Council's seen fit to approve a TAFE, which will house 2,000 students, and Council's seen fit to approve a major office block, again on the same road, that will house federal government employees. And Mr Mayor, what I do not want to see is the assumptions that Council has relied on in approving those developments undermined by our failure to proceed with local government infrastructure plan projects that we've already committed to through the delivery of the first version of the local government infrastructure plan, and certainly projects that we have publicly committed to only just a few months ago when budget was adopted. The purpose of this motion, Mr Mayor, is to signal to the community that we will spend their money wisely, and when we proceed with roadworks, we want to make sure that those roadworks have a reasonable life and that we're not going to return 2, 3 or 4 years later and tear up something that we've just laid down. We want to protect the ratepayer dollar, but also, Mr Mayor, what this importantly does is reflect that intersections can no longer be considered in isolation. And I think as our roads get busier, when we're fighting for, individually as councillors, for single projects to get up, we need to understand how those projects will impact the surrounding road network so that we don't create more problems by solving one localised problem. City officers provided their, I think, support, and I don't want to speak for them, but they were comfortable during committee progressing with this course of action, which will give us more information and as a council the ability to interrogate further spending in the space, but also to ensure that as the Olympic Games continue to unfold, we've got a series of shovel-ready projects that we can go to the state and go to the Commonwealth government and secure our fair share of infrastructure funding. So if we do the homework now, when the money is available, we can pounce on it. And that's my hope. Other levels of government will step up and the ratepayer will have less pressure on them. So I appreciate the support of my colleagues. Thank you.
Anyone speak against the motion? Do you want to close the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to lifestyle. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on the 7th of September 2021, covered by recommendations 1 through 6, be received. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Bailens Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any item you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Item 7.2, which is a confidential item, but I just want to speak broadly to it, if I may.
Okay, are you going to move the
I'd like to move the item, thank you.
item? Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. And go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The item relates to the Coomera Civic Hub, for which we already had a heads of agreement to proceed with construction. It will be the biggest ever capital infrastructure project in our city, and I just wanted to highlight today that the recommendation from committee was that we endorse that position. We've made the necessary changes to the contracting plan and authorised the CEO to do all things necessary to progress the project. And it's exciting news for Northern residents, Mr Mayor, because the population growth has been such that we'll see a fabulous facility delivered that will serve the needs of all of Northern Gold Coast into the future.
Anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Gates, you want to close?
Thank you. That's
Okay,
fine.
put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendation for item 7.1, which is a closed item in regard to the bushfire risk mitigation program, future.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, as you're aware, I'm a volunteer member of the Guanabara Fire Brigade. I don't think there's any conflict. I haven't made a declaration, but I'm just putting that out there in case any councillor wants to interrogate that. But I wanted to draw attention to this because of the great work that's been done by the Director and her staff in achieving an extension of the current contract. I think that's a vital thing for the safety of the city, and I appreciate that very much and look forward to the continuation of this good work. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Peter Young, closed.
That's it. Thanks.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? I go back to Councillor Vorstein.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee be adopted. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Bailens Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now move to Waterways and Energy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on 8th of September 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 10, be received.
Seconder, Councillor McDonald. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor McDonald. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now go to Planning and Environment. Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on 9 September 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 11, be received.
Seconder, councillor Gates, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Here.
Councillor Tozer?
If you
Pedestrian movement, okay. 6.2. 6.2,
Mr Mayor, I just have a declaration to make about 6.2.
okay.
On the 24th of November, Council resolved that previous matters pertaining to this, that I should participate in decisions relating to this development despite my previously declared conflict of interest, because the substance of the application had been separately decided by the state government and because the expectation a divisional councillor informs their community in decisions that significantly affect it, and further resolved a condition that a fresh declaration will be required should Councillor Tozer seek to participate in a delegated standing committee or council decision on the matter. So I am making the declaration under the terms of that 24th of November 2020 resolution of council. The declaration's on the screen if you'd like me to read it out.
No need, it's on the screen.
Yeah. In accordance with the resolution on the 24th of November, I'm seeking to continue to participate in decision making about it in accordance with that resolution of council.
Okay, and
But making a fresh declaration.
yeah.
None of the circumstances have changed.
Okay. So. Okay. Anyone want to move procedural motion there? Motion.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the same motion that I moved at committee, which I understand isn't necessarily what Councillor Tozer would like to achieve out of this, but it's on the screen there that Councillor Tozer not participated in the decision because of his conflict of interest, and if I have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
As I explained at committee, I don't make this move this motion lightly, but to the best of my recollection, Councillor Tozer may well have quoted part of the occasions that have come forward by way of conflicts of interest to this forum. But my understanding, and this was confirmed at committee, was that the last two occasions that this had come to council, Councillor Tozer actually left the room because of what was perceived to be a prescribed conflict of interest. Notwithstanding whatever the technical reasons are, there was an amount of $5,000 given to Councillor Tozer by what is a prohibited developer, potentially a minute before midnight, but neither here nor there to me. I just don't think that it can be overcome in the public interest that Councillor Tozer should remain in the room on this matter. And it's regrettable because I understand it's a significant development, but I think that the conflict of interest intentions that we should adhere to is that the perception of us being very open and transparent about the way in which we make these decisions is of paramount importance. And I think having received the $5,000 donation from the developer, unfortunately, the public interest is served on this occasion by Councillor Tozer being excluded from the room.
Anyone speak against the motion? Okay.
Mr Mayor, on the 24th of November, Council did make a resolution, and on no other occasion was a resolution of Council found or resolved, notwithstanding the truthful statement that Councillor Caldwell stated that I left the room, which was, my view is that was for the sake of convenience. My question is, what has changed since Council resolved on the 24th of November for me to participate in decisions? What has changed since then?
Well, I don't know.
My question to Councillor Caldwell is that the Council resolved for me to participate, and it occurs to me that maybe something's changed, and I want to be sure that there isn't.
Well, his feeling is that he wants abundance of caution to protect you. Am I right?
Well, yeah, and just to protect the decision-making process. And I think we just need to be really mindful that the perception of a $5,000 donation from the developer that's the subject of this particular development is a very difficult thing to explain away. And Councillor Tozer may well have indicated that he left for convenience, but that's not the reasons that on the last two occasions that this has come to council, by my understanding, that he had left the room. And so, to me, nothing has changed since those two more recent occasions when he left the room. So there was a decision made that was to maintain a watching brief on Councillor Toza's participation at one point in time, but when it came to substantive decisions in relation to the development application, Councillor Toza was asked, well, I think voluntarily left the room. And so to me, that is the most compelling reason for us to support this motion and I understand it's unpalatable. We don't want councillors to be leaving the room unnecessarily, but we just have to be super mindful of how this is perceived by the community. And I just don't think it passes the pub test, unfortunately.
Anyone speak against the motion? Then Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I generally support the sentiment that Councillor Caldwell has expressed. However, I think that the nature of the material that's been considered opens itself to, it's a great opportunity for the local councillor to participate and contribute to that, and I think that his valuable insight would have been desirable and is desirable from my point of view.
Anyone else want to speak for the motion? Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, could we just get a comment from the City Solicitor, please, in regards to this?
Comment?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if there's a particular question, it might be easier. By way of general comment, though...
Well, you can't enter into the debate. There's a motion there.
Yes.
My question to you is the motion ultra virus?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, it's not.
Okay, so we'll debate the motion and decide.
Yes.
Right. Okay, anyone want to speak for the motion? Councillor Patterson?
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Is there any way that Councillor Toza can offer information that might be of assistance to other councillors but then leave the room from a debate?
He can't enter into the debate.
Yeah, I thought, you know, if he wasn't here to actually to vote on it, I just wondered if there was a way around that, if he had local knowledge that we needed to know.
He can't enter into the debate.
Okay.
I'd allowed latitude of the question, and for clarity from Councillor Caldwell, we're now in debate mode. We have a for and against, the next question is for the motion. I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think one thing to understand with these conflicts of interest is that consistency is key. So when we have, when a councillor has left the room on occasions before because they have taken money from a prohibitive donor, then the...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. That didn't occur. At the time that the payment was made for the band and food at an event I host, that person wasn't described as that. I want to be very clear that that's not what occurred.
All right.
The information in relation to what a prohibited donor entered into the public domain well and truly after this payment for entertainment on the night of a party paid.
Councillor Patterson, just go back to that he left the
taken
room.
donation from a developer who is now deemed to be a prohibited donor. The consistency is what we need to rely on in this conflicts of interest. If the councillor saw fit to leave the room last time, then that should, by measure, be the same requirement again. So that is why I think it's really important that we adhere to that, and I'm supporting Councillor Caldwell's motion.
Okay. Against the motion? Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, I too will be making a declaration on this.
So you can't vote?
No, I won't be voting, but I wondered if I could just check, could I make a contribution, which I believe is permissible under the regulations, because in seeking my...
Only if you're speaking against the Councillor Caldwell's motion, because I've done a for and against.
I'll just make mine, don't worry about it.
Okay. Right, I'll go to Councillor Caldwell to close. Not to close. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bartley Lumsden, Councillor Vorster.
Did not vote. Councillor Tozer, Councillor Gates. Anyone else did not vote? Okay, will the motion carry?
Yeah,
All right.
yes, Mr Mayor.
Motion carried. Yep. Could you leave the room, please? Thank you. Just a second.
Yes.
Just before I go, I'll come to you in a minute, just so that Councillor Hamill just catch up. You got declaration on this item, which is 6.2. It's planning. No, that's fine. Just I don't want to miss you out from that. So I'll go to Councillor Ballin-Lumsden.
All sorted now, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Sorted. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to keep the meeting moving along, after we deal with Councillor Gates's declaration, I'm happy to move that motion.
Oh, okay.
For you. Yep.
Councillor Gates, you got
Mr Mayor, at committee, I had previous approval to participate, but on finding out that Arcadis is indeed involved as a consultant to this project, and I had received funds from that body in 2014 and 2015 and an amount in 2016 which was fully refunded, but I will be leaving the room right now and I won't be participating in the debate.
Okay. Councillor Vorster, what do you want to do?
I'm happy to move the motion, Mr Mayor, and if I have a seconder.
Move what motion? The actual motion itself.
Yes, the committee recommendation as a motion.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Move Councillor Vorster, second to Councillor Pauline Young. Just to be sure, there's no other declaration, right, on this item. Then I go to Councillor Vorster to speak for the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to flag that although Councillor Tozer is not in the room as the divisional representative, his community of Division 9 and indeed your community as the Mayor of the City can take comfort that this is an issue that was interrogated by committee on behalf of not only current residents through a line of questioning of Councillor Peter Young, but also for future residents of the city. And in fact, the only reason why we have a report today is because, and hopefully I've got this correct, Councillor Owen Jones and I took a keen interest in the way that pedestrian movements would unfold in this precinct. We had a general business item and the applicant then worked very constructively with city officers to assist them in preparing this report. So the issue of pedestrian safety and the way that people will go about their business and enjoy parks and open space in the precinct is of utmost concern to this committee. And even though Councillor Tozer was not in the room, I fail to think of another example where pedestrian movements have been so thoroughly and thoughtfully considered on behalf of those residents. So hopefully that is of some comfort to those watching in who may decide to move into Skyridge.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Vorster, you want to close further?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Officer, could you recall Councillor Gates and Councillor Tozer to the chamber? Okay. Well, councillors, since we've done 6.2, we'll go to 6.3. First, we'll deal with declaration and Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've made a declaration at committee, and indeed 12 months ago I made a declaration when I learned that this application had been formally lodged, and at that time I sought Council's direction in regards to my participation in any discussions about the matter with the community or with the applicants. And at that time, Council resolved, this is 24th of November last year, Council resolved that I may participate in the decision relating to Newcrush quarry development application despite my conflict of interest because of the corporate and local knowledge that I have gathered over a significant period of time. But this decision was subject to two conditions. The first being that any meetings that I had would require contemporaneous notes. And in that regard, Mr Mayor, I'll report to you that I've attended one public meeting along with Councillor Owen Jones, which was videotaped. And I did make some contemporaneous notes of that, which are held on my computer, and they're not exciting. But the other matter, and I've had no other discussions or meetings with people, although I did attend, I attended the quarry site with Councillor Belden Lumsden and met with the manager and other key employees, and we were given a tour and they answered a number of questions that we had for them. The other condition was that a fresh declaration would be required by me to seek to participate in a delegated standard committee or council decision on the matter, and so that is what I'm doing today. My conflict is that my property, which I own under mortgage, is the boundary of the closest boundary to the quarry is 700 metres, and my house is about 1.1 kilometres from the quarry. I've lived on that property for 27 years, and the quarry's been operating all of that time. I've never made a submission in regard to the quarry. I've not encouraged submissions or had any decision in people's submissions, and in that regard, I'm seeking to participate in the decision today and the debate. At committee, I was allowed to participate in the decision, but in the debate, but not the decision, not the vote. So I'm seeking consent of council to participate in both the discussion and the vote on this matter, which impacts upon residents of Division 5, and as was made clearly apparent in the officer's presentation to us the other day with a map showing the location of submitters. Quite a number of them are residents of Division 5, and I seek the opportunity to represent their interests, which I believe that matter far outweighs my personal benefit or disbenefit in the potential continuation of the quarry operations.
Okay, just at the committee there, who moved the procedural motion that I assume it carried? Did it carry? As a call?
I think I did, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Have you got a different view, or can you update of are you moving the same procedural motion or amending it?
Difficult at the start of the meeting. We had a motion that was moved by Councillor Hamill, which was initially for Councillor Young to participate. That lapsed for want of a seconder. I guess in the cascading arrangement of allowing some participation but not the vote, we arrived at the next tier down. We've all now had the benefit of hearing what Councillor Young's approach to the matter is, so I don't particularly want to stick to the same resolution, but unless someone wants to move something differently, I guess I'm happy to move that as the status quo, but otherwise it's open to the floor.
I see. Okay. In that case, I'll see if there's anyone got a different motion, may want to leave you in the room, and if I get that motion first, you may have more chance. And I'd assume if that doesn't get up, we come back to this motion. Is that fair? All right. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask firstly a question through you to the City Solicitor? City Solicitor, if Council had to resolve today that Councillor Peter Young could participate fully in the matter, i.e. contribute to debate and ultimately vote, would Council then be establishing a new approach so that when future matters concerning the quarry may come before Council, Councillor Peter Young could participate in those discussions and in those votes without needing to make a fresh declaration? Thank you, Mr.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, that wouldn't be the case. The decision of council today on whether or not Councillor Young can participate is just in relation to this development application. So if a new application came in, it would require a fresh declaration.
So, Mr Mayor, if I could just ask a follow-up question on that. Here we have a development application, and what if there is a, let's call it a negotiated outcome following council's decision today? Would Councillor Peter Young's approval to participate attach to consequent and related discussions concerning this development application? In other words, maybe I can put it more simply, after today, will Councillor Peter Young be required to seek a fresh approval from council to participate in the matter, or will he have some rights to participate on the matter moving forward?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if council was wanting to put in place a particular set of rules, so if you wanted him to be able to participate in any related decisions to this development application, then I recommend including that in the motion. If, on the other hand, you didn't want this approval to continue past this particular development application, then again, just clarify that in the motion.
Right.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Councillor Young, for my own edification, although you have not made a formal submission in this application process, and absolutely happy to take that in good faith, could you just confirm that you have also not ever made a complaint to the operator pertaining to the noise or percussion effect? Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question. My wife has not made a submission, nor have I, and to the best of my recollection, as over a 27-year period, I don't think I've ever written or complained to the operators. I did write on 2 occasions last year to Councillor Owen Jones. The City Solicitor has reviewed those correspondences. I merely said I felt a blast today at 12:10 or something of that nature. I didn't make any further comment, and I don't think they're considered as submissions. And if I might go further, I have, over the period of time, the quarry was part of my division, and I did have a reasonable relationship with the operators of it and assisted them with community open days and things of that nature. And I have, in fact, purchased material from the quarry for works on my driveway, which is rather long, and I think that over that period of time I've achieved a pretty balanced kind of position about the operation of the quarry, and certainly deal with it with an open mind. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Caldwell.
Well, Mr Mayor, unless there's something else, I'm happy to move that Councillor Young should participate in the decision despite his conflict, and that the only condition that applies is that if the matter is to return to council at any point in the future, that a fresh declaration be considered. And the reason I say that is not wanting to forecast what the outcome might be. There's a whole range of pathways that this could take from today, one of which, for example, in Councillor Owen Jones's motion, which I assume he intends to enliven today, forecasts that any future decisions be brought back to council. So this particular application may well be alive for some time. If there's fresh material that's established at that point, it might be more relevant in the consideration of Councillor Young's participation. But as for today, I think I'm happy to move that he stay in the room and vote in the public interest.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
I'd be happy, sorry, Mr Mayor, I'd be happy to second that motion since I moved it at committee.
Okay, second. Any Councillor Owen Jones?
So, Mr Mayor, I've previously made declarations in regards to this item, so I won't be voting.
Okay. Councillor Gates?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be leaving the room due to the acceptance of donations from one of the planning consultants to the project. I provided the declaration at committee, and it was receipt of of funds, half of which were returned in full, but I'm leaving the room now.
Okay. Any other declaration? I've had previous declarations similar to Councillor Owen-Jones, so I won't be voting on this actual procedural motion. Councillor Peter Young?
I think it's wise of me to also inform council of another matter which they may want to have an interest in. I made some commentary at committee, but Councillor Caldwell's reminded me that I did receive a donation, and I was going to deal with this as a separate declaration. I haven't submitted the document, so I'm probably seeking the advice of the City Solicitor now as to whether this will be a separate declaration. One of the submitters, to the best of my knowledge, is Mrs. Sally Spain, and she was a supporter of mine in the 2016 election and provided a donation of, I believe, $300 at that time, which is not a prescribed amount. So that's an important piece of information that I think councillors need to contemplate, but I had thought I'd do that as a separate declaration.
So what's
your
Sally
advice,
Spain
please?
got to do with the quarry?
Oh,
Does
sorry,
she own the
and
quarry?
sorry. She lives in about a vicinity of about 500 metres from the quarry.
And there's a lot of people live
Yes,
around-
indeed, and I think that her interests are no greater or less than other people that live in that vicinity. But she was a donator to me in the 2016 election, and she's a personal friend of mine, has been for many years. So I think those are matters that might interest the council.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for putting that forward.
Thank you.
The main thing through that relationship, you still got an open and persuadable mind?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Owen-Jones?
But if I could just assist, on page 279 of the agenda, there is a properly made submissions map, and clearly I'm not the author of that map, but it doesn't indicate to me that the Spains are actually a submitter in regards, a properly made submitter in regards to the application.
So,
and that's, she may very well have made a submission, but it doesn't appear to me that their house is on there as a blue dot.
okay. And you're not a co-author of that submission, Councillor Young?
No, Mr. Mayor, I assumed that she would have made a submission. She's been involved, but
earlier.
she was here today. But indeed, as Councillor Owen-Jones has said...
She was on the driveway earlier. You didn't hit it with your car, did you?
No, and as Councillor Owen-Jones has said, no submission has been identified in relation to her property, and I'm not properly made submission.
I'll go to the solicitor. Your thoughts, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a couple of things. We need to still go back to that first declaration and get a vote on that. If you were going to make a declaration in relation to Sally Spain, then you need to do that separately to this declaration.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied that the information that you've provided doesn't necessarily trigger a declarable conflict of interest. So it's a matter of whether or not you want to voluntarily make a declaration in relation to Miss Spain.
Okay, so we'll deal with the one in front of us. Okay, so moved by Councillor Caldwell, second Councillor Hamill. Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline-Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Did not vote. Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Tate and Councillor Peter Young. Out of the room, Councillor Gates. Motion carried. All right. Any other declarations? Councillor Vorster. Oh.
Based on the verbal advice from the City Solicitor, I won't make a separate declaration. I just wanted to mention then, so it wasn't seen that I was not revealing anything when the primary decision was made. So I'm happy to leave it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just have a question through you to the City Solicitor. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Sheree. We've heard from Councillor Peter Young that cumulative donations from Ms Spain may be in the order of $300. It's my recollection that $500 is the threshold at which an electoral gift may give rise to a DCOI. Mr Mayor, through you to the City Solicitor, is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the $500 threshold is for registering it in your register of interests and declaring it through the Electoral Commission. That $500 doesn't translate to a requirement for conflicts of interest, so they are different.
Okay, so Mr Mayor, through you to the City Solicitor, in that case, is it the role of council to exercise some judgment as to whether the $300 gives rise to a DCOI? Does that rest with us?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's right. So there's not an automatic trigger in the legislation that says that it is a declarable conflict of interest. So it comes back to the principle-based definition of whether or not that $300 donation might cause a conflict between Councillor Young's personal interest and the public interest.
Okay. Mr Mayor, and a further question through you to the City Solicitor. And sorry to ask these questions, I just want to make sure we're all protected during this very high-stakes decision today. Mr Mayor, through you to the City Solicitor, is there a further exemption that applies when a matter affects a significant number of people in the local government area, in that even though there may be a relationship between Councillor Young and Ms Spain, that we can overcome that if Ms Spain does not stand to make a gain or suffer a loss that's greater than a significant number of others in the LGA?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the first part of that test is that Councillor Young would have to be satisfied that Ms Spain is a close personal relationship of his, so more than just a friend, more than a colleague, something that constitutes that test of a close personal relationship. If that's the case, then she would be deemed to be a related party, and then that test and the exemption kicks in. If it kicks in, then you're right, that the test is looking at whether or not they would stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss any greater than a significant proportion of the local government area.
Right. So, Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Young, could I just seek the guidance from Councillor Young as to whether he considers Ms Spain a related party, or is it a close associate? I keep getting close personal friend.
Yeah, in the definition of the Local Government Act.
Yes.
Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. I would consider Mrs Spain a close personal friend.
So, Mr Mayor, we've heard from Councillor Peter Young that a close personal friend, who is also an electoral donor, has an interest in this matter, at least to the extent that she has presented herself in the driveway today with a placard. And I suppose then, all other things being equal, it may be reasonable for us around the table, who are not otherwise conflicted, to raise a reasonable suspicion of there being a conflict. I don't intend doing that, but I feel that it's important to explain why I'm not, lest people believe I'm not discharging my duty. And I just want to refer to page 279, which shows all the submissions on the page, as well as a list of suburbs where submissions have been received. And I suppose, Mr Mayor, when I look at that page, I see a very, very, very significant catchment of community interest around this development application. Very wide. I mean, it spans waterways, significant state-controlled roads, very significant. And again, looking at that list includes submissions from Beachmont, Maudsley, Palm Beach, Robina, Labrador, Hollywell. So to my mind, there is a significant number of residents who have taken an interest in this application, and I can only surmise they're making a submission because they stand to make a gain or suffer a loss, perhaps in assessing the externalities associated with the development application. And with that in mind, I have formed the view that a significant number of people in the local government area would be affected by the decision. So for me, the exemption attaches, and I don't propose to raise a reasonable suspicion. But I wanted to put that out there, particularly if my colleagues thought the other way.
Yeah, for me, I agree with you. So for those OAA listening in, I have the same view as Councillor Vorster. Councillor.
Can I just clarify, Mr Mayor, for that exemption to apply, does there need to be a declaration made?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, it's one of in the provision that treats it as an ordinary business matter, so it means that you don't need to make a declaration if that provision applies, and I'm comfortable that it does.
Yeah. Just as a side bit there, this segment of the council, I asked through the CEO if you can transcribe what Councillor Vorster says, and the question asked by Councillor Colwell to the solicitor, her answer, my little comment, transcribe it, because this can be utilised in future OIA matters, because it comes up and you just go whack. Is this about decoration? Yes, true.
So, Mr Mayor, I think it also shows the challenge of representing a specific geographic area when there is an event that is happening, and how cautious and careful councillors actually have to be in regards to the state government's conflict of interest regime. And the very fact that there's so many blue dots, and that's just the properly made submissions, show how much of a challenge it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, before we get into what motions and that, I've got a couple questions to our city solicitor. I know on legal advice, if you hear my question and you go, well, I can't give you advice unless we go to close because commercial in confidence and other may affect other decision in the past. Okay, so I'd be guided by you there. So the question is, can you advise whether council has received formal legal advice on the officer's recommendation, including council's prospect of being able to defend any decision made today in the Planning Environment Court, whether that action be brought by, whether this action be brought by the applicant or parties who has submitted against this application?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I actually recommend that we do go into closed on the basis of legal advice to answer that question.
Okay, then, councillors, I move that we go into close. Commercial in confidence, any good, or what?
Through you, Mr Mayor, legal advice has its own provision.
Legal advice has its own. Seconder, Councillor Colwell, a learned councillor in our midst. So I reckon we'll get our vote up. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on. Councillors, I'm trying to move. It was there. So where is my motion? I should have memorised it. Okay. Councillors, I move that the matter be deferred to council meeting on the 12th of October 2021. To allow further consideration and review of the officer's report and recommendation. Second, Councillor Belden's Lumsden. You good with that? Okay. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, I don't want to speak against it, but I do want to make an observation, if I could, in regards to some recent commentary that's been on social media. Mr Mayor, city officers have a difficult job to do, and I'd like to say that over the weekend there was some, I'm going to say, unkind things that was said on social media in regards to how some particular officers had carried themselves in this matter, and I would like to emphasise really an apology on behalf of the reasonable people of Oxenford and the surrounding areas in regards to some of the things that were said. That's our job today, is to take advice from officers and seek advice from officers, and public criticism of how they go about doing their professional job really doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, and Mick, can you take to the officers our thanks? Appreciate it. Anyone speak against the motion? Okay, the debate's closed. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Unanimous. That wasn't unreasonable. Right. Let's get Councillor Donna Gates back in. Okay, Councillor Belden Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just item 6.7.
6.7, we're going to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did not attend the committee, but I received a briefing on the item from the officers, which I very much appreciate. Richard just gave me some alternate words just to further clarify for the community what the recommendation means.
All right.
So if I can
You're moving on the
move
screen?
a changed recommendation.
Change recommendation, all right.
Just for point 3, Mr Mayor, after Parkwood investigation area, can we add the words to revert to? Just
After
for,
point
for
3?
point 3. Thank you. To revert to the underlying rural residential zone requirements.
Full stop.
Full stop. Just to clarify that the removal of the minimum lot size does not mean they can subdivide to any lot size, that it will revert to the standard rules of a rural residential zone, which is 4,000 square metres.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, you want to speak further on that? No?
No, I think that
Anyone want
clarifies
to
it.
speak against? We're a good duo there. Debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's another declaration that I made at Planning and Environment Committee. It's one where I'm seeking the permission of...
Item number?
Item 6.6.
We're going to 6.6, councillors.
And I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter, Mr Mayor. It involves receipt of a donation in 2011 of $1,410, in 2014 $1,850, and in 2016 an amount of $18.50 that was refunded in full to the donor, who is a consultant to council on the Productive Gold Coast progress update. And I would seek to have my colleagues consider whether I can remain in the room and participate in the matter.
Okay, and in the committee, who moved the procedural motion?
As I recall it, I think it may have been Councillor Caldwell. Oh,
Councillor Pauline Young. Seconder, Councillor Caldwell. Councillor Vorster, third.
No, Mr Mayor, but wouldn't it be delightful to rewrite the Local Government Act? Mr Mayor, I did flag this at committee, but in the report, councillors would be aware that Bond University is one of 3 universities that have been engaged to, I suppose, carry out research to inform this report. I've attended many functions at Bond University in my capacity as local councillor. My wife is employed by Bond, but there's no nexus between the substance of the report and my wife's employment. I didn't make a declaration at committee, but I did ventilate those facts for the committee's benefit. I'm doing so again in case councillors wish to raise a reasonable suspicion that I may have a declarable conflict of interest, and if so, I'd need to deal with that before considering voting on Councillor Gates's matter.
Okay, ventilated. Anyone wants to take it further? No. Anyone want to speak against this procedural motion? No. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor LaCastre, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Councillor Gates did not vote. Motion carried. Any other declaration on this item? Right, Councillor Owen Jones, you want to speak on this, do you? 6.8. Okay, well, who moved this one? Councillor Pauline Young? Do you want to speak further on that? Okay, let's vote. Oh, who? I thought we had a seconder. Councillor Caldwell. Yeah, Councillor Caldwell. Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 6.8, here we go, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, because I was lucky enough to have 2 things in regards to Oxenford on this round. There's also the matter of the Oxenford investigation area. And I thank Councillor Barr-Lumsden for seconding it so that I can speak to it, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, he's very quick today.
Thank you.
Councillor Barr-Lumsden.
So thank you, Mr Mayor. We amended the initial officer's recommendations so that we were able to extend the consultation to both those property owners in the immediate Oxenford investigation area. There's a subset within there, which is the area most likely to have some infrastructure delivered first. And then there's the broader frame area for the community where we also need to consult. So we deferred it for a period of time due to the first wave of COVID and the restrictions that were around community consultation. And it's important that we make sure that all of the community with an interest, particularly with an equitable interest in the outcomes, are involved. So that's why we've got the 3 different areas that we'll be seeking community consultation from in due course, and hopefully it won't be a report that comes back on the 12th of October, Mr Mayor. They might give me a little bit further than that.
Sounds good. Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Peter Young?
Item 6.1.
We're going back to 6.1.
I will move the officer's recommendation and the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
So moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you. Just want to ask a question in regard to the notification that will be provided to the community. Is there an opportunity that I might participate in the preparation of that letter? My question through you to the Director. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. That should be fine, Councillor Young. We can have the officers just liaise with your office.
Thank you.
Right of that. Yep.
Mr Mayor, this is of interest to two communities, distinct communities. In Gaven North, I remember undertaking a survey of some sorts about 15 years ago as to the interest of the local community in further development of that precinct, which has historically been overtaken by developments nearby, including the motorway to the immediate east and the Helensvale town centre, and to the immediate west, all of the Pacific Pines Estate. And so there's a community sandwich between two very offensive or offending, or what shall I say? Between two very impacting developments. And at that time, the interest of the community was exactly 50% interested in redevelopment and 50% wanting to keep it as it is. So we've moved a long way from there, and I just want to confirm to the community that this project will be undertaken with a fully informed community and will be driven by the community, as it will be in the Nerang and Highland Park area. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay, anyone want to speak against the food's here?
We're apart.
The debate's closed then, Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Why don't we take a break? What do you think? Half an hour, 45? Half an hour? See you at half an hour time. All right, mate. We're coming to you live from Evandale.
Live.
So we're up to planning. Was it 6.1? Did we do 6.1? Yes, we did. Councillors, any other items in planning environment you wish to deal separately? Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Second by Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance Finance Committee meeting held on the 9th of September 2021 covered by recommendations 1 to 13 be received.
Second by Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Vorster.
Mr Mayor, I've read the script, but I haven't read the minutes. So we.
Oh, can we go back? Can you, let's recall, what's the motion again, Councillor Owen Jones?
Mr Mayor, covered by recommendations 1 to... how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Councillor Gates.
What are we doing?
Councillor Gates just wants to say that she was wrong, Mr Mayor.
I was wrong, Mr Mayor.
What'd you have for lunch?
I do apologise, I was wrong.
All right.
But I do have a correction for the minutes.
Oh, have you?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor, I'm serious.
All right, well, let's go serious.
Mr Mayor, in relation to 7.3 of the minutes, it says that I was not present for the vote. 7.3 was actually a starred item, and I was most definitely present.
Where's this?
So,
Oh, yeah.
On page 11 of the minutes,
Yeah, we got that.
it suggests that I was not present for the vote. Thank you.
Oh, okay, we'll fix that up. I'll go to Councillor Vorster first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With your indulgence, I'd just like to move consider item 6.2 and 7.1 separately. Thank you.
We'll go to 7.1.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, a slightly amended recommendation has been provided to the Minutes Secretary, and if we're able to get that up on screen, and if we have a seconder, I'd love to talk to that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. First up, before I get a seconder, is there any declaration on 7.1? Okay. Technical, there's a technical.
I don't think we adopted the minutes.
Oh, didn't we?
We haven't taken a vote, but before we do, Mr Mayor, I also had one further amendment to the minutes. If you want to deal with that when you're ready.
No, I'd rather do the amendment.
Yeah, so just in the attendance and apologies on page 3, I did attend this meeting as a visitor, and I was at the meeting from when it opened until I left at about 2:56 p.m.
Can you amend that? Okay. Well, I think we should move the amended minutes. Right, Councillor Vorster, move.
I'm very happy to move those minutes. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Caldwell. Let me get all these. I don't know how they got in there. Right, we're ready. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Minute adopted. Councillor Vorster, 7.1.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I did not attend this committee meeting, although I take a keen interest in the way that we deal with our customers, being our ratepayers as a divisional councillor, but also through the lens of someone with a background in information technology. Having read the report and had an opportunity to seek some further advice from the CEO and in consultation with Kath, what I propose doing is amending the committee recommendation to afford council another decision point before we proceed to procurement. And that's an opportunity that we have, Mr Mayor, to see how the market has responded to the information and customer experience issue or problem that we've put to it to solve. So if I have a second, I'm happy to talk more to that. Otherwise, I think it speaks for itself.
Councillor Pauline Young, seconder. You can speak now.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, we know that Gold Coasters expect to have ready access to their councillors and also the council administration to help them solve the little problems that affect their neighbourhoods, but also to transact with us on everything from pet registration to the lodging of development applications and so on and so forth. We hope to be a high-performance organisation that is at the ready service of our community. In order to achieve that aspiration, we've endorsed a customer experience strategy. But that strategy is meaningless unless the rubber hits the road. And the way that we achieve that is by implementing some of our key objectives. What we don't want to do, though, I think, Mr Mayor, as a council, is to commit significant funds to a process without having the opportunity to ensure that that process meets the expectations of our community. And personally, I have an interest in making sure that any improvements we make to the consumer-facing side of the equation are matched by business process improvements as well. By amending the recommendation today, we've got an opportunity as a council to see what vendors in the market may propose to us as the best way forward to deliver better service to our constituency and those who need to transact with the council. It's an important waypoint, and importantly too, Mr Mayor, it reflects the fact that at some point there will be an announcement of a new Director of Organisational Services made, and I think it's appropriate that whoever that director may be, and I don't know, that they have an opportunity to have a look at the customer strategy, because ultimately their professional reputation will be attached to this very important and necessary project. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
I'm sorry to be difficult about this. I'm trying to determine the distinct differences between the committee recommendation and what is proposed by Councillor Vorster, and if he could distill that into one sentence, that would be excellent for me. I heard what he said, I didn't quite grab the difference between the two.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Essentially, what this motion affords us is an opportunity to review how the market has responded before we make a commitment to proceed with procurement. So it's a sanity check, to use the IT parlance. What it also does, if you refer to item 5, and I actually believe that this is the most important point, is that the incoming Director of Organisational Services will have an opportunity to review that strategy and the roadmap and report back to Council with their advice before we proceed to procurement. And that step is not captured explicitly in the recommendation that was endorsed by committee.
Okay. Speaking against the motion. Question, Councillor Patterson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just wondering, so if we add this step, is that going to add significant costs or labour issues, or is that going to be fine? I mean, I'm not quite sure when we're expecting the incoming director to come in.
Mr CEO, when you get the incoming?
Should know by the end of the week. Should be able to make an announcement by the end of the week. So we're pretty comfortable with this process, and I think it's a good compromise, Mr Mayor.
All right. So is no one against? Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, would you mind if we have a look at the entire motion on the screen, please, so that we can see, because I think people are confused. We're not moving, as I understand it, the allocation of the funding that was 4 of the recommendation. We're removing that at this point in time so that we can take the first step and then we can get some feedback. And as I had suggested at committee, I felt that it was very fair that the new director have an opportunity to have an overview of this, because Councillor Vorster is correct in that the strategy is meaningless without action, However, a strategy is aspirational and it just attempts to deliver a plan that is aspirational, and things change. So we need to get it right, and I'm fully supportive of Councillor Vorster's motion.
Anyone speak against? Councillor Vorster, you want to close?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'll only add this. I just want to thank the city officers who have been working in this space, and I do know that it must be professionally frustrating to have council intervene time and time again with the delivery of this strategy. But I just want to signal to them that at every step, what we're seeking to do is to achieve the very same thing that they're employed to do, and that is to deliver the best customer experience possible. I've had the benefit of hearing firsthand from those contractors and city officers who are working to redevelop our new mobile phone application, and I'm very encouraged by the work of the team and the technical competency of those that we've engaged. For me, this waypoint is an opportunity to say, yes, we have full confidence in the process, so that when the time comes, we can make that necessary investment in full confidence. And our intervention, in my view, is nothing other than good governance, because we're part of the allocation of resourcing decision. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Councillors, we go into 7.4. Sale of Lot 2. Lot 6, beg your pardon. Councillor, I have a declarable conflict of interest. Do you have that available on the screen? Okay, it's on the screen, and basically I'm part owner of the adjoining land of the lot being proposed for sale. Cresden and Silk Mercantiles, I'm director of both of these companies, and the companies are part owner of Lot 35, 342 and Lot 5. So I am decide to not participate, making decision and leave the room. I invite Councillor Gates to come to the chair. Councillor Owen Jones.
Could I ask if it's a declarable or a prescribed interest?
Declarable, solicitor, declarable.
Sorry. So it shares a structure together, so that doesn't make it intertwined?
What's that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the test under the legislation doesn't trigger a prescribed conflict of interest, even for this particular matter being about the sale of a particular parcel of council's land. For the mayor, it's a declarable conflict of interest.
I'm not going to leave it for Donna. The reason I did it this way.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
we'll just wait for the Mayor to leave. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you.
Taylor.
In relation to 7.4, I have a declarable conflict of interest that I would like to bring to the attention of the room. So the nature of the declarable interest is Dayshire Provide Limited is a family business which will provide management advice and currently holds contracts for the visions of services to Surfers Plaza Resort Body Corporate. Surfers Plaza Resort Body Corporate has an indirect interest in the outcome of this matter, and a reasonable person may perceive that I have a conflict between my personal interest and the matter, in the matter and public interest. I note that this interest first came to my attention during the Governance, Administration Finance Committee on the 9th of September, at which I pointed immediately to stop participating in the discussions and the matter, and I left the committee meeting to take advice, appropriately manage my personal interests. I'm seeking permission to participate in the making of the decision about the matter. The reason? As a Divisional Council for the area, I've taken the time to meet with officers and affected stakeholders to understand the history of the matter and potential impacts of the decision. As such, I feel I'm adequately placed to communicate the issues relating to this matter and as they affect the local area and its constituents. I can also confirm that despite my declarable conflict of interest, I maintain an open and persuadable mind in relation to the ultimate outcome.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Deputy Mayor, I think that the council will benefit from having Councillor Taylor in the room, but I think that it would probably be in Councillor Taylor and the council's best interest if that we maybe put some conditions on his involvement with the body corporate in the matter, and until that matter is resolved. So, Councillor Taylor, I think that we're in a position where we very most likely will be trying to encourage some competitive tension, and I think that I'd be interested in some words around that Councillor Taylor can vote in the meeting, can have dealings with the body corporate, but should always attend any meetings that he has with an officer from the City of Gold Coast in regards to the body corporate. So that's just first thoughts.
Okay. Does anyone else have any contribution before I seek a motion from Councillor Owen-Jones? Would you like to put some words together, Councillor Owen-Jones?
So I think we've got the A right, which is that Councillor Taylor can vote in the meeting, that all meetings and correspondence and communications between Councillor Taylor and the body corporate be recorded. And should there be the need for any meeting, an officer, a City of Gold Coast officer attend.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Peter Young. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, look, I think it's really important in this case that the Divisional Councillor have input, because there are a significant number of residential and investor owners in the adjacent building to this property who have an interest in making sure that their outcomes are managed by, in their best interest by the Divisional Councillor. And I'm also aware that there is a need to be super careful and transparent in regards to how we deal with this particular property. So I think that it's in Councillor Taylor's best interest that A, an officer attends those type of meetings, and B, he keeps a contemporaneous and accurate record of any conversations he has in regards to anything to do with the body corporate. And I would say that that's for the period between now and whenever a financial close happens with anything that in regards to Lot 6.
Thanks, Councillor. I think the Acting CEO has a suggested slight change to the wording, so we'll wait and see what that is before we take the vote.
Really just the reason for participation, I think, wasn't there. If we can... Right.
Thank you.
I think it's in the public interest that Councillor Taylor represent the investors and owners and residential occupiers of the adjacent building, and to have him not have him in the room doesn't achieve that.
Okay, so that having been said, we'll take the vote. All in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr Lumsden, Councillor Castor, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorsley, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
That is carried. Any other declarations, councillors? Councillor Patterson.
Can I ask a question to the City Solicitor?
Certainly.
Through you, City Solicitor, if you could just clarify for me, if any of the councillors thought that they would meet the definition of a close personal friend of the Mayor, would that be something that they would need to declare?
Through you, Acting Chair, it's certainly something that needs to be considered all the time, and it's important to remember that being a colleague or just being a friend doesn't trigger that test in the legislation. So it's a close personal relationship. So the examples that the department have given to us are things like, is it someone who you would invite to your wedding, someone who you have over to your home regularly? So it's more than just a friendship or a professional relationship. If it's the case that you do believe that you have a close personal relationship with the Mayor, then that makes the Mayor a related party for the purposes of the legislation, and you should then consider whether or not you think that any decision that's made in relation to this matter may cause a benefit or a detriment to the Mayor's interests in the matter.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question through you to Councillor Patterson is, Councillor, do you have a reasonable suspicion that any councillor in the chamber today may be a related party to the Mayor, meeting the definition and test shared by the City Solicitor?
I don't know is the answer to that. I don't know who the Mayor has to his to weddings and over. I don't know the answer, but I wanted to ask it because it may well be that someone or people here do. It's quite fair that people have close relationships with their colleagues, so it may be the case. So I just wanted to know whether that was the case, and if someone does feel they have that, then we know what's there. But I don't know that someone does. Yep.
Thank you. Just before I go to you, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson's question has triggered the need for me to take it a little further. Would the declaration, would it be a declaration, a declarable conflict of interest that is necessary for the council to consider? And I only mention this because, yes, I have been to the Mayor's home for dinner. It's never, ever occurred to me that I would make a decision contrary to the benefit of the wider community. But now that that question's been raised, I would consider the Mayor a close personal associate. Obviously, I've been his deputy for 9 years. And I guess as a result, I was invited to his daughter's wedding. I did not attend, but I was invited, and I therefore need to put it to the council whether they believe that I should make a declarable conflict of interest on that basis. So that's what I'm doing, councillors. If anyone thinks that I need to make a declaration, now's the time to say so. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I suppose Councillor Patterson's question may ideally have been put before we considered Councillor Taylor's declaration. It's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it?
Yes, because I voted on Councillor Taylor not believing that any conflict existed, as did everyone else in this room.
Yeah. And to my mind, the question lends itself to an entirely new benchmark and threshold of the way we deal with issues and whether we've got the capacity to even be friends in this chamber. So, well, it's true. It's true.
I'm okay. You can carry on.
It would come as no surprise that I was formerly a city officer and worked in the office of the Mayor, but as a city officer, not an advisor, as the legislation would presently define it. During the course of my employment, yeah, I got to know the Mayor and certainly had occasion to visit his home in a professional setting when providing him with the assistance he needed as per my job description. I wouldn't consider the Mayor a close associate. I know I keep confusing but anyway, a close person or whatever it is. I wouldn't consider him that, but I certainly consider him a close colleague, as I'm sure all of us would do in the room. So, as I said, it would have been better, in my view, had this occurred to Councillor Patterson earlier, to have ventilated it before Councillor Taylor made his declaration. We're all in a difficult position now. But like you, I now need to put that to the room, and that will ultimately guide whether I can participate in your conflict.
Thank you, Councillor Vorster. Can I ask the CEO, the acting CEO, what is the position regarding the possible referral of this matter to be handled by the officers and leave the council out of the decision making?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Acting Mayor, well, there's two options. One is you delegate it to the officers, and the second one is you ask for permission from the minister to vote. Is that right, City Solicitor? I'm not sure whether this is a matter that can be actually delegated to the officers. I'd appreciate some advice on that.
Through you, Acting Chair, the important part about this decision that needs to be made is having a resolution to sell the property. The legislation requires a resolution for that aspect, but we do already have a resolution on the books to sell the parcel of land. It's just that it wasn't successfully sold before. So we've got that resolution there. The decision about activating that could be delegated to the acting CEO to pursue the matter further.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think that informs us all very well. The next question is, do we need to resolve the declarable or the potential declarable conflicts of interest before we move down a path to be involved in the vote?
Through you, having heard the discussion in the room, I think it's important to have the declarations recorded in the minutes.
Okay.
I also think looking at, while the test of whether or not you have a close personal relationship with someone is very vague, based on the guideline that the state have put out, I would recommend that you, Councillor Gates, make a declarable conflict of interest. I'm reasonably comfortable that, Councillor Vorster, it wouldn't be necessary for you to do it based on what you've outlined, but that's all going to be a matter for you each individually to consider your view of your relationship with the Mayor, which is why it's difficult for me to give you advice on that part.
Okay, well, I shall take your advice. Councillor Owen-Jones, did you want to contribute before I make my declaration?
I did. I wanted to ask whether or not I could move a procedural motion prior to the declarations being resolved. So, for example, could I move a procedural motion to defer prior to these declarations being aired?
Through you, my view is that normally where we will deal with procedural motions without having to deal with conflicts in certain circumstances, in this case where we've started the process, we've started the discussion, I think it's in all of your best interest to deal with the conflicts first before you then look to the procedural motion.
Okay, I have no paperwork in front of me to make my declaration, but I will make a declaration that I have a close personal relationship with the Mayor. I would like to seek permission to be involved in this matter because it will most certainly not affect my vote in any way. I would always represent this city in the city's best interests and not ever in relation to any relationship or donation. Councillor Vorster.
Madam Chair, could I ask through you to the City Solicitor? And the reason why I'm asking this is because of the conversation that we had concerning Councillor Tozer's early declaration on Skyridge. If Councillor Patterson's question has now prompted a discussion which has potentially lowered a threshold about our dealings on matters concerning the Mayor, would it be reasonable to suggest that the standard we adopt today, which is really to note whether there is or is not a relationship, whether that would flow to matters that might be referred to us by the Council Conduct Tribunal, for example, where a position today will have impact on sort of CCT matters later.
Through you, Acting Chair, and I think it's been commented upon today that consistency is always helpful in these matters, but it's not determinative. So it's important that in these matters we're always looking at not only the interest, but also that in the context of the matter, and whether or not a personal interest will trigger a declarable conflict of interest in a matter always needs to be considered in light of the context of the situation. So I don't have a concern that your decision today will be one that you must follow for every matter moving forward.
Acting Chair, can I just ask a question of the City Solicitor while you're writing? Is that right?
Of course.
I'm just a little bit confused because the Mayor has made a declaration about his relationship with the land, and then so we're effectively, even if we have a relationship with the Mayor, we're all then one removed from the matter being considered, which is the potential sale of a piece of land. And I don't know exactly the interplay that Councillor Tate has made the Mayor has made his declaration on. He's felt it necessary for him to leave the room, but I don't see how, as one removed from that, we get ensnared in what the original matter before us is. So could you help me out as to, in that light, whether we are still captured?
Through you, Acting Chair, it's certainly difficult, and what you don't have is all of the facts, and it makes it really difficult to reach a decision. All that we can do is look at the information that we have today. So we have the Mayor's declaration where he is of the view that he has an interest in the matter because of his involvement in the companies that own land adjacent to this particular property. So I think we proceed on the assumption that the Mayor has an interest that will be impacted by the outcome today. Absolutely, it's a step removed looking at whether or not any of you then have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the Mayor's interest, and it's absolutely a step removed. But in the context of this particular matter, I think it's more appropriate to take a cautious approach. And I think if you look at the test in the legislation, which talks about if you have a close personal relationship with somebody and that person, so that related party, may gain a benefit or suffer a detriment as a result of the outcome of this particular matter, then that will trigger a conflict of interest for you that needs to be managed.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. I feel a bit trapped in this matter because I think you're a wonderful advocate for our city, and I think that you could contribute importantly to this matter. But I feel a little bit trapped in that the City Solicitor has said that the definition of close personal relationship is weddings and dinners, and then you've disclosed to the meeting that you've recently attended a wedding or been invited to a wedding, and you have attended dinners in the Mayor's home. Could you elaborate on how often that has occurred, just so I can form a view about the motion? Because assuming, based on your answer, I'm happy to move a motion to...
Maybe 3 times in 9 years, but
Great.
What that triggers is a declarable conflict of interest.
Absolutely, totally agree. Then if 3 times in 9 years is the magnitude to which you've shared those personal moments, I feel very confident that I can move that you should participate in the meeting despite the conflict of interest disclosed, because there is some standard wording I used before with Councillor Youngs. It was in the community grants one, actually in the conflict of interest section of the meeting, which, hang on, I can probably find the words. I was going to say, Has anyone talked to Councillor Hamill about his forthcoming nuptials? You see, it's not a divisional council, and that's not going to work. That one there, a balanced outcome representing the best interests of the broader community of the Gold Coast. I don't know if that's the appropriate outcome, the appropriate wording, but I think that makes sense. I'm quite confident that Councillor Gates's contribution, her knowledge of the local area and her knowledge of the particulars of this matter that we've explored over a number of years now, probably about a decade, would add value to the conversation. So.
Seconded by Councillor Patterson. Sorry, I've got 3 hands in the air. I'll take Councillor Young.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor and Councillor Worcester.
Thank you. I wonder if the move of the motion might consider additions to that. Uppermost in my mind is the fact that Councillor Gates has been appointed as the Deputy Mayor, and through that position she has developed a relationship of a close nature with the Mayor, which is expected and understandable. Yet, despite that, we believe that she has the capacity to and will exercise her role in a completely unbiased way. And so I would like there to be particular mention in the motion, if you'll consider it, through you, Mayor.
Yeah, self-evident that you've been appointed Deputy Mayor and so are required to have a close working relationship, and that's what I haven't included it, but I'd be happy to add wording to that effect. But I'd probably ask through you to the City Solicitor, advise some wording where we can incorporate the nature of the Deputy Mayor's role and that professional working relationship that's developed.
Thank you. City Solicitor, thanks.
Through you, Acting Chair, what I might do is scoot around to the computer and help
Sure.
get some words up on the screen.
Thank you. And in the meantime, I'll go to Councillor Taylor. Had your hand up.
Yeah, it's brought some to light for me. Obviously, this year I was going to get married, and I did send an invitation to the Mayor, being friends of my father. So I just wanted to throw that on the table. I've never had the Mayor to my house. I've never had any close relationship with him, but he has become a good friend due to his term in council, and did give an invitation earlier this year to the wedding that didn't go ahead due to COVID.
Thank you. Anyone else had the Mayor at a wedding? Councillor Caldwell. Well, I think, I don't know where we're going to land with this.
Well, unlike Councillor Taylor, my wedding went ahead because I was... No, that's just a commentary on the time, you know? So the Mayor also attended my wedding, which was in May 2019, and I don't think that either before or after that time I've had any particular social interaction with the Mayor. So perhaps the City Solicitor, wherever she's gone.
Well, maybe we can just make a decision as a council. If anyone believes another conflict declaration might be necessary. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure how we can deal with this procedurally, but and I don't want to distract the City Solicitor, but I know Councillor Young, for example, has made declarations concerning his relationship with the Mayor during more difficult times. And while I didn't watch the subject bit of media coverage, I don't know whether it concerned the site, for example, and what unfolded there. I don't know. I didn't see it, but and I didn't see it. I've never watched it, but I guess what I'm attempting to suggest is Councillor Caldwell is at the Mayor at his wedding. You've been invited to a wedding. Councillor Taylor has invited the Mayor to a wedding that didn't proceed. Councillor Peter Young has made declarations about his relationship with the Mayor. I've stood up today because of the, I suppose, the way that our relationships have been cast with Councillor Patterson's question. You know, I just wonder, through you to the City Solicitor if she's hearing out, or perhaps through you to the CO of maybe yourself, at what point do we arrive at an opportunity to seek advice about
Okay,
referring
well,
this.
I think it's been made pretty clear at this point in time that I am the only person that the council feels, on the advice of the city solicitor, is triggered into making a declarable conflict of interest, which I've happily done. So if that's resolved when I take the vote, when this is...
Yeah. So, sorry, Madam Chair, I personally, I don't believe that's the case, because
Okay.
if you have been invited to the Mayor's daughter's wedding, but the Mayor has attended Councillor Caldwell's wedding and been invited by Councillor Taylor to his wedding, I should believe that you're further removed. So if we're establishing, and so dinner's at the home, not germane to me. In my view, you're further removed. So if we set the standard at you, I think others may be captured. That's my concern.
Okay, well, if there's a view in the room that a declarable conflict of interest declaration should be made, then I would seek that Councillor Caldwell and Councillor Taylor and Councillor Young make those declarations so that we can move on with this matter in whichever way we choose. So, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. Just through you to Solicitor, we actually don't need a quorum to do what we're doing either. So we can actually run all the way down to a handful of councillors before we have to worry about what we do next. Is that correct?
That's correct. The state did fix up that part of the legislation, so the quorum isn't an issue for dealing with the conflicts of interest.
And the point of that? Sorry.
That let's identify everybody who wants to be identified and go through that process, and then we'll still be doing what we're doing.
Okay, so Councillor Vorster.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's annoying asking all of these questions, but I think all of us want to make sure that we protect the integrity of the decision and protect ourselves as well. Madam Chair, through you to the City Solicitor, would it be fair for me to arrive at a view that I make a declaration to address a public perception issue that may arise because of Councillor Patterson's question and the significant community interest that attaches to this site and the development outcomes at the site, so that I can more defensively argue or put to my colleagues in future matters that I have no declarable conflict of interest to manage with the Mayor. In other words, to deal with a perception issue created by the question as the superior issue to whether or not I have a relationship, close personal relationship with the Mayor.
Through you, Acting Chair, certainly the way the legislative framework is set up now, you can make a voluntary declaration. So previously, a councillor would make a declaration and the rest of council would decide whether in fact it was a conflict of interest or not. That isn't the case now. So once a councillor makes a declaration, it's taken to be a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the matter. The second aspect of your question around dealing with public perception, part of this regime is all about how we, as a public sector entity, maintain the confidence of the public. If there's a concern there and you believe that it needs to be addressed and that that would benefit the public interest, then that's a call that certainly you can make.
Okay, I think I'll start with Councillor Taylor, who has his hand in the air.
Look, I'm happy to, for the sake of the discussion of being open, transparent, to do a declarable conflict.
Have we taken the vote on this one? We have not. Let's do that first. Sorry, Councillor. So, councillors, are you prepared to make a declaration? Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Young, and Councillor Vorster, do you intend making a declaration?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that way we can take the vote on the matter, and I won't be voting, Councillor Caldwell won't be voting, Councillor Young won't be voting, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Vorster. And we'll take a division. Those in favour?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castor, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline-Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
This is on my declaration and my as councillor Tozer has moved, that I should remain.
And that you should remain in the room?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I had my hand up and that's right. Yeah, just, it's definitely yours, okay, right, yes.
Thank you. So that is carried. And now we'll move. Councillor Baildon Lumsden?
Thank you, Chair. I believe a few people who were just marked as voting in favour of were not able to vote. No?
Can we just correct the record? They didn't vote. I'm confident that Councillor Caldwell, Councillor PJ Young, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Vorster and Councillor Gates did not vote. Taylor and Vorster.
And Vorster.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so that matter is done, and now we'll go back to Councillor Taylor for his declaration, please.
Okay. The nature of my declaration is the Mayor Tate was invited to our wedding early this year, which didn't proceed. I might need assistance with the wording.
Okay, we'll bring up my form and we'll amend that with Councillor Taylor's details. Oh well, however. Would we like to take a 5-minute break while everyone gets their declarations in order? I think that might be a break. We'll break. 13:14. We'll be back at 1:20. Okay, so the first declaration that we're going to deal with is that of Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor, would you like to make your declaration, please?
Yeah, as on the screen, my father has got a close personal relationship with the Mayor, and the Mayor is the director of the companies who own ownership interests in parcels of land adjacent to the subject lot. I'm seeking permission to participate in the making of the decision.
That's all we need.
all I
Thanks,
need.
Councillor
Thank you.
Taylor. Do I have a motion from you, Councillor Owen-Jones?
Thank you. I move that Councillor Taylor may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because their relationship is something that I can't read quite now. Because their relationship with the Mayor has developed largely as a result of their role as a councillor. Further, that the nature of the interest that has been declared will not undermine the trust that the public has in the final decision.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hamill, thank you. Okay, would anyone like to speak to that in any way? If not, I will take the vote. Closed, fine. I'll take the vote. Those in favour? Noting that some of us can't vote.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline-Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
And did not vote, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Vorster. That is carried. Moving on to the next declaration, we'll go to Councillor Caldwell. Oh, Councillor Young, please, sorry. Makes it easier.
Thanks, Acting Chair. The nature of the relationship of the related party is Mayor Tom Tate, sorry, Councillor Tate progressed legal action against me subsequent to my participation in a documentary produced by the ABC. The action was subsequently withdrawn. The Mayor's the director of the companies and so forth. I'm seeking consent of Council to participate in the matter because my vote will be in the public interest and my opinion is not affected by the now finalised litigation in any way.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I'll go to Councillor Owen-Jones again for a motion.
Assuming that it's going to stay still, that Councillor Peter Young may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because their relationship with the Mayor has developed largely as a result of their role as a councillor. Further, that the nature of their interest that has been declared will not undermine the trust that the public has in the final decision.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hamill. Certainly, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, through you to the City Solicitor. If we could just go up again to the reason for declaring the interest. I note that the documentary, sorry, a bit up, further up a bit, so I can see the nature of it. The documentary produced by the ABC was specifically related to this land, and I think it's probably relevant to note that in the declaration.
Yeah, that's my...
It's a question whether it needs to be or...
Thank you. Thanks, City Solicitor.
Through you, I think if we could make the declarations as accurate as possible, that's always a good thing. I think including that additional piece of information would be helpful if Councillor Young is happy to do that.
Back to you, Councillor Young.
So after the word ABC, my apologies, which largely related to the subject property.
Still happy to move that, Councillor Owen-Jones? And second, Councillor Hamill? And we'll take the vote. All in favour?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline-Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
That is carried and the same people did not vote. Moving on, Councillor Caldwell. As per the screen.
Vorstersaurus. No, the Vorstersaurus or the Vorstex.
Thank you. If you'd like to just read your declaration, please, Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. In line with what I advised the meeting earlier, the Mayor attended my wedding in May of 2019 and having regard to the line of questioning that has been discussed from Councillor Patterson and the ensuing discussions, it's best that this matter is put on the public record. As I advised the meeting earlier, I don't believe that there's been any other social relationship between myself and the Mayor before or after that time, and I think the declaration is limited to that.
Thank you very much. Do I have someone, Councillor Owen-Jones, a motion, please?
Thank you. I won't ask Councillor Caldwell what the middle name of his daughter is because it's not known. Councillor Caldwell may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because their relationship with the Mayor has developed largely as a result of their role as a councillor. Further, the nature of the interest that has been declared will not undermine the trust that the public has in the final decision.
Thanks, Councillor Owen-Jones. Seconded by Councillor Hamill. So moved. All in favour?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Caster, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
And Councillor Caldwell nearly voted, but he didn't. So Councillor Caldwell, Young, Taylor and Vorster did not vote, and Gates. Okay, final one. Councillor Vorster, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just rising to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. The nature of the declarable conflict of interest is as follows: that the line of questioning from Councillor Patterson may give rise to a public perception that my professional relationship with the Mayor may constitute an interest that ought to be managed by Council, given the imputation that there may be a direct financial interest for the Mayor in this matter. Thank you.
Do I have a mover? Councillor Owen-Jones.
Are you happy to second? The Councillor Vorster.
That's my job, not yours.
Oh! Should we retake the vote on her side?
Madam Chair, there had been some discussion over here where you're not at the moment as to whether or not Councillor Vorster should be allowed to vote but not contribute to the debate. So,
thanks, Councillor, for clarifying that.
Councillor Vorster may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because their relationship with the Mayor has developed largely as the result of their role as a councillor. Further, that the nature of the interest that has been declared will not undermine the trust that the public has in the final decision.
Thank you very much. And that's seconded by Councillor Hamill. And we'll take the vote. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Councillor Hamill.
All in favour?
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caster, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. And Councillor Caldwell, Young, Taylor, Vorster and Gates did not vote. I think we're there. Are there any other conflict declarations, please, councillors? If not, we'll move on to the item. It is a closed item and I'm looking for someone to move us into closed session. Thank you. Councillor Owen-Jones, seconded by Councillor Pauline Young. All in favour? That is carried and we'll turn We are now back in open session. Councillor Owen Jones, I'll go straight to you for your motion.
I move that the matter be deferred to the meeting of the 1st of November 2021 to allow for the provision of the further information requested at the meeting or during the meeting.
And seconded by Councillor Ryan Bailden Lumsden. Would you like to participate in any further opening with regard to that, Councillor Owen Jones?
I'm happy to close.
Close.
I think that the City Solicitor and the City officers are aware of what additional information will help us make a decision, and I look forward to reading a fresh report in the 1st of November.
Okay, could we take a division, please, as we call the vote? All in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Neal.
Against? Councillor
Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young.
Okay, that is carried. Now, I know that the Mayor is not coming back to the meeting, so that finalises that matter. And we shall move on. That concludes governance, doesn't it?
Sorry, Madam Chair. So 6.2, please.
6.2
Yes.
doesn't conclude governance. Gee. Okay, 6.2, Councillor Vorster.
It's a meeting for deferrals, Madam Chair, but I have provided some words to the Minutes Secretary. Yep, and I might read them while that's been copied. So, Madam Chair, I propose moving a change recommendation which reads as follows. A, that the matter be deferred until such time councillors, together with their administrative support staff, have been offered an opportunity to be individually briefed. B, that in those briefings, or by way of memorandum, that councillors be provided further detail on how the proposed policy and guidelines will impact the raising of maintenance requests and affect the workflow of councillor requests. And thirdly, that city officers outline alternate procedures for the proposed policy and guidelines that reduce unnecessary steps and paperwork, remove prescriptive words where meaning can be reasonably inferred, and better delineate between the requests of councillors and their support staff. And if I second, I'm happy to provide some context.
Second, Councillor Peter Young.
Do I have your leave to provide some opening remarks, Madam Chair?
Absolutely, fire away.
Madam Chair, we are not state politicians. We're not state politicians, right? As councillors, my firm view is that we are closer to the people, and the community have an expectation that they can deal with us to help address the issues that affect them closest to their homes. Now, overlaid on top of that reality is are reforms to the Local Government Act, which in my view strip back our ability to deliver the sort of service that our communities expect. City officers have responded to those legislative changes with a proposed policy and guidelines that aim to protect us as councillors by providing us with a procedure and framework to make requests of city officers, and also to provide us with some assurance that the CEO or their delegate will provide us the information that we seek in a reasonably quick and effective way. But, Madam Chair, having read the proposed policy, in my view, it's cumbersome in places and risks, I think, creating situations where councillors may be engaging in inappropriate conduct merely because they are tripping up on a technicality in the policy, rather than by breaching any of the underlying principles of the Act. And one particular issue that I want to probe through questioning with the relevant city officers is to understand how the legislation may arrive at a point, or how the legislation may see the policy arrive at a point where the actions of our support staff may be taken to be our own actions. And I think that's concerning to me, because we all accept that we are responsible for our actions, but I think it's concerning when a policy may suggest that we are responsible for the actions of others, and I think that needs to be addressed. Madam Chair, I'm also concerned that the policy requires of councillors effectively an email template where whenever we request information from city officers in order to assist a resident, we may need to cite a particular paragraph in legislation before we make that request. And again, I think that is a technicality that is unnecessarily included in the policy. One of the other things that the policy as proposed requires us to do, and this may be reflected in the legislation, is to inform city officers actively if we are requesting information to assist a resident. Now, quite often I will receive correspondence from a resident via social media. I screen capture that conversation and I forward it to my office, and in the hope that my office then actions that request appropriately. Now, I think it's reasonable to look at those attachments and determine that my request is being made to assist a resident arrive at some information. And it concerns me that one reading of the policy may suggest that I may be in breach because I've not explicitly said that this information is connected with a response to a constituent. Madam Chair, I'm also concerned by the mechanics of copying in a city officer in a response that we as elected representatives may provide to our constituents. So, for example, a constituent may contact us about a contentious item. We may seek some information from city officers, but the proposed policy would require that when we respond to our constituent, that we copy in the officer that provided us with that advice. And that's concerning for two reasons. Number one, it creates a lot of paperwork and additional corporate records because it may need to be captured in two places. But also, I think it sometimes unfairly exposes a city officer. If I'm copying in a city officer that's provided information in a response to a resident that doesn't like the answer, I worry that that city officer may now be exposed to that criticism, and that's something that I'm happy to shoulder as an accountable elected representative. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about what I believe to be an overlap in corporate record keeping. So, for example, most of us, I think, have engaged with the city to have an automated archive created with our social media interactions. To my mind, that satisfies the creation of the corporate record. To then capture this correspondence again in a separate file part, which is suggested in these procedures, I think will become very, very, very cumbersome to our staff and undermine their ability to respond rapidly. Madam Chair, the other concern is that I don't believe some of the indicative timeframes for response are reasonable or reflect the urgency that some residents have on particular issue classes. So, for example, a damaged or dying tree in a public place, if we adopt this policy, we're saying that it is reasonable for a city officer to get back to us in 1 week's time about a dead, dying or damaged tree in a public place. That concerns me, because quite often when I'm contacted by a resident because there's a tree that's dead or dying in a public place or in a park, they expect some urgency. And while the policy does provide for urgent requests, it actually pulls this out as an example of something that will be dealt with in 1 week. So I think the opportunity for city officers to work with our support staff and us to better understand what the community expectation is will allow us to make sure that those timeframes better reflect what our communities expect of us. My apologies to Councillor Owen-Jones. I know his strong preference would have been for me to attend the committee. I wasn't able to, but I'm only raising these issues today because I think at the same time we want to talk about a customer experience strategy. We need to make sure we're not undermining the customer experience strategy delivered through our divisional officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I just seek some clarity about the issues that Councillor Vorster's raised, whether they're in the new guidelines or whether they're in the old guidelines? I just know that I was confused at committee and I moved that this be deferred for further information from the City Solicitor in relation to different advice that I had personally received regarding potential involvement of staff in conflict of interest matters, and that was the reason for the deferral. But I was also confused because we got attachment 2, which was the old policy, to be replaced, and I didn't see those issues raised in the new policy,
No,
but I may be wrong.
I didn't think they were in the new policy, but we'll take it on board and work through them, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, maybe in response to your question, for your edification or my correction, if you refer to page 38 of the agenda,
The matrix.
If you have a look at the matrix, it's got a column and it says here, request for advice. Second column, request type, so, okay, we're seeking advice. Format of the request by email, we need, in the heading of the email, we need to use these very prescriptive words, request for advice under section 170A1 of the Local Government Act. Now, that may be a requirement of the legislation. I'm not satisfied that it is by having a look at the excerpts included in the report, but I don't want to endorse something that will...
I totally agree.
Right?
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other debate on the matter? Councillor McDonald.
Not debate, Madam Chair, but also on page 36 of the agenda, it's about declining requests. So, you know, I think that's something that we really should look at, because most of the requests that come through from my office, for instance, are requests that come through from residents. And how do you go back to a resident and say, I've sent your request through to the officers, but they've declined? So I think that should be looked at very closely, and how that's addressed. Certainly with the issues that Councillor Vorster has raised, I had those circled. And one of the areas that I think that we should be really looking at, and I know that it is covered in here to an extent, but training for our staff, because there's a lot of very serious consequences if this is not carried through. In fact, I got a message through from an officer yesterday that one of my requests that were going through, it'll be 3 months before I get a response. So, you know, so these are some of the things we've got to look at.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McDonald. Anything further, councillors, or we'll put it to the vote? All in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
It's all about the customer experience.
It is.
Thank you. Where are we up to? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Acting Chair.
You'll be very careful.
Need 6.1 to be dealt with separately so I can make a a declaration of a conflict of interest.
Please proceed.
Thank you. It should be on the board before us. This item deals with the potential provision of whole of city grants under the community grant program, and in particular there are a number there under the catchment and citizen science listing. I'm a personal friend of the president of the Nerang River Keepers Association, and that group has submitted an application under Council's community grant program, Catchment and Citizen Science, for funding from the city. The relationship is I'm a personal friend of Mr. Mark Tierney, who has been voluntary president of the Nerang River Keepers for the past 20 years or more. That group has sought funds from the community grants program officers have recommended the group receive $5,993 to continue the work on the Crane Creek and Nerang River catchments. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter for the reasons that Nerang River Keepers has included many members of the Nerang community over the years, and they've achieved wonderful outcomes for the public and environmental benefit. My participation will enable me to support their application, which I need to note I've not discussed at any stage with Mr Tierney or the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Vorster.
Madam Chair, I'm fully supportive of Councillor Young's participation. I just had a quick question through you to the City Solicitor. In my view, those who contribute to the health of a catchment provide significant downstream benefits because our city has more canals than Venice and Amsterdam combined. My division is 1/3 covered by water. My question specifically is, would it be reasonable to argue that the allocation of the funds may provide benefits to a significant number of people in the local government area because they're for the carrying out of environmental work, and therefore arguably an ordinary business matter, as opposed to the provision of funds to a specific group for their own specific benefit?
Through you, Acting Chair, I think it's a reasonable argument, but I think that Councillor Young, having made his declaration and having identified that he has a close personal relationship with members of that group, that the appropriate process is just to deal with the declaration. And can I suggest a reason similar to what we used for Councillor Young's previous declarations at the start of the meeting would work?
Thanks, City Solicitor. I'll go back to you, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy for a copy and paste job on that one.
Thank
if that
you.
can be arranged. Thank you. Very short. Control C,
Do
Control
we have a
V.
seconder, please? Seconder for Councillor Vorster's motion. Councillor Caldwell.
Just love nature.
Tree hugger, swamp swimmer.
We'll just wait for the minute secretary to catch up so we can see what we're voting on.
Some say.
Some might say.
Councillors, there's no more conflict declarations on this matter? No? Therefore, Councillor, we need to change the mover. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a copy.
Just in this moment, Acting Chair, might I just add publicly that Mr Tierney's led a group that have so far contributed about 240,000 plantings in that region, and it's just a fantastic...
Hear, hear.
So we are not state politicians. Quote unquote, we are not state politicians. Here.
Thanks, councillors. Have we got the wording?
The men's missed out on like a cracking back end.
Councillors? Never. Okay, so the reason is... Councillor Vorster, are you happy with that wording?
I think I just want to tone it down a bit. So the benefit of Councillor PJ Young's participation in the decision-making in relation to this matter outweighs any potential perception of a conflict between the party's interest and the public interest.
Why apostrophe yes?
I'm chomping at the bit to move this.
Champing.
I know. I just wanted to trigger her. Madam Chair, through you to the City Solicitor, is that a reasonable form of words? Thank you.
Okay, so we've had that moved by Councillor Vorster, seconded by Councillor Caldwell. All in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline-Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
That is carried.
How good's a catchment?
So we now need to vote on the item. So do I have a mover? Councillor Vorster, seconded Councillor Tozer. All in favour? That is carried. Any other items, councillors?
Record that I voted in the positive.
And that he didn't vote on the other one. We did that. Yep. Okay. Councillor Owen-Jones.
I move that the remaining recommendation of the Governance and Finance Committee be adopted.
All in favour?
Seconder.
Oh, seconder, sorry. Councillor Peter Young. All in favour? That is carried. We can put that to bed. Okay, moving on. Consideration of notices. Oh, yes, thanks, Acting Director. Consideration of notices of motion. Were there any, Mr CEO? Nil. Questions on notice, councillors? There were none notified, but Councillor Tozer, I understand you have one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. I'd like some clarification. There was a bit of confusion amongst councillors today, only a number I spoke to, in relation to large, high-volume text messages that we receive when a matter comes before council. And my question through you on notice is, through you, Madam Chair, on notice to the CEO is, by what mechanism do we meet our obligations under the Public Records Act by dealing with those text messages? And part two of that is, can you come back with some information for council about a more streamlined approach than has been the case in the past? Thanks.
Notice.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions? No other questions? Moving on to the presentation of petitions, and I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And before I present this, I do want to bring it to your attention. One of the petitioners is Michael Falk. So it's in relation to Roma Park, an off-leash park that they want to have the ability to have dogs roam around.
Is it off-leash now?
No, it's not.
I just need to raise, I have raised previously, I live not far from that park, and I have raised previously with the City Solicitor that no conflict exists because of the wider...
That's correct.
I do have a dog.
Yep.
I do. But
Madam Chair, just
you.
one of the petitioners is Michael Falk, so I just thought I'd bring it to your attention. I believe you've mentioned Michael Falk.
He's the
Director of UPS.
Okay, so one of the petitioners works at UPS, who were donors to my election campaign. They are not prescribed donors, but I have the dates and the information if councillors feel that I should make a declaration.
This is a dog's breakfast, this one.
City Solicitor guidance?
Petition, I don't think that you have a declarable conflict of interest.
Anyone uncomfortable with that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to present a petition from the lead petitioner, Mark Stokes, to consider on the Isle of Capri the off-leash dog area. So I'm just putting it to... So can I, yeah, so where we got it? Allow the petition to be received and referred to the appropriate committees or consideration of the report to council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Second. Councillor Tozer. All in favour? That is carried. Is there any general business? None was notified, but no general business.
Wow. I'm going to leave that door open.
Any other business, Mr CEO? No other business. Councillors?